Yes, Mick Academy, I am slightly late today. Um, but I have been poking around and I've done a bit of tidying up, which goes against my soul, to be honest. So, but I need your assistance. You are the perfect person to assist me in this. I want you to tell me whether, right, you can hear the music, right? You can hear the heartbound music. I hate delays. Yes, I need your assistance. I need you to listen quite gently to what you can and cannot hear. So, would appreciate it. Right, I'm going to take that away and replace it with something else, but not for very long in case it doesn't work right. But I want you to tell me if you hear the something else, okay? So I'm going to take it away, possibly immediately. Click, right? And I want you to tell me, right, if for a very short period of time you hear something. Did you? Yeah, you probably. Yes, you probably do. Um, it was not on very loud. I do have to admit, because I didn't want it to. I don't obviously want. That would be the one. So the question then comes, when I come to play it back later, whether the VOD captured that music or not, which is why it was only for a short period of time, right? I'll put the heartband music back, so if I shut up, you've got something to listen to, right? But the principle should be that in the VOD, they would always have heard the heartbound music. I'm hoping to change so that during the while we're on air kind of thing, you guys can listen to more copyrightable things. Okay? That is the small plan. So I have been busy. I have been very busy. And so yes, that was something that I was working on. As I say, I also tidied up a bit. Not a lot. Please don't get too excited. But I did tidy up a bit to make a bit more space on my table because it had got down to. Well, if it's any consolation, I wouldn't disagree with that. For some reason, one of the things that I really, really like is some of the things they've done to Pachelbel canon in the world. Kind of like almost heavy metal kind of Pachelbel canon. It is amazing how some of these things fit. So I need to apologise still. My camera is still not working. The miserable, wretched company came back to me late last night and went, "Hey, can you reinstall it again?" Literally within the last 24 hours, I've installed it twice for you. No. The definition of insanity is repeatedly doing the same thing, and you are not getting any further information out of this. So no. Just reinstalling it is clearly not helping. We need, especially as she's. It is, right? And frankly, I must have installed it. Must be 5 or 6 times now. And it wasn't an upgrade of their stuff that I'm aware of that broke it. Just that one day it stopped working. Now, it was probably a Windows update, that's fine, but something obviously offended it, because the bit that annoys me is that there's two parts, right? There is the buttons and there is the camera. And both work. So the buttons work, the camera works, as we all know. They just don't speak to each other, and they're made by the same company. But if I go into the camera app, I can control the camera. I can press buttons, I can change buttons, I can do what I like with the buttons. But the button app doesn't see the camera. It says, can't talk to it. And so constantly reinstalling the buttons, I had already leapt ahead at a certain point because I'd done a couple of extra installs because they said reinstall it, uninstall it and reinstall it, so I did. But I also uninstalled it all, deleted everything, made sure there were no remnant files left and everything, and then reinstalled it so it was as clean could be. Still didn't fix it. But what annoyed me is 2 weeks ago today, bear in mind it hasn't really worked for a month, 2 weeks ago today it worked for one day, and Naughty Cat said to me, can you write something to control the camera? And I spent ages on that night doing so, and it hasn't worked again since, so you can't use it. Yeah, it's very frustrating. But I'm glad we got to do the test quite near the beginning because it will make it easier to find. Anyway, let me do the grand extraction of cloths. So, straighten it up a bit. There we go. So how are you, Mickey Catsme? Thank you very much for helping me with that. Oh no. Well, and I mean it genuinely, if you ever want to talk, hit me up on Discord and you can talk to me anytime I'm awake, right? I mean, obviously if I'm streaming, unlikely to be responding because, well, I'm here. I mean, obviously, I am a faceless person, so... But I also know from my own experience, at least for me, that talking to a real person can help. The problem is finding the right person, because if you talk to people you know, who might know people that you're struggling to sort out things with, there is the fear that they'll mention it, or that it will come out in something, or, oh yeah, so-and-so said that. We don't need, you don't always want that in your life. And so you've got to be careful who you then talk to. And especially, as it could arguably be some deep, dark secret of yours that you're trying not to, you're trying to reconcile with the world. So, as a faceless but actual human, I am very happy to listen, to give you... Ah! Jesus, fuck you, wretched animal! Breathe, breathe, breathe. Hello, neck kisser. But in case you didn't know what happened then, a moth that I hadn't seen flew at me. And it's not that I'm scared of moths, although I do have a couple of friends who are really, really not good moth people. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't welcome them with open arms. I do not want them as my pet. But, like all good people, it was the surprise of the something flying at you that got me. For I do jump very well. And I'm not actually usually scared by any of it. Like when that big cricket came in the other day, it was like, Jesus Christ. It was the size of it and the fact that it had kind of got to where it did and it was on my water bottle that I was about to squirt to myself. And this is, it felt like a thing like this, yeah, okay. I'm like that with spiders. I don't like spiders. I have a much more anti-spider feeling. But it is more the shock factor than their existence per se. Although, keep the heck away from me. There is an entire planet to occupy. I'd like a little bit of space around me if that's okay with spider kind. You'll understand then that as someone with boobs, I looked down the other day, and I can't remember why I looked down. I looked down to see the dog or something, and I saw a spider kind of climbing over the mountain and running up my top. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He launched into orbit as I... Because... Nah! So I do apologise for that. I mean, it's not like most insects are a limited, endangered species. And for some of them, that's a shame that they're not. I mean, like you, I don't exactly put out the red carpet for them. I don't exactly want them in my house. But I accept that there will be some. And if they wish to come in, kind of look around the place and walk out again, that's fine, you can do that. But please walk out again. It's the bothering me and my personal space that I have. So my general rule of thumb is, if the spider was sitting in the corner and stayed sitting in the corner, I wouldn't have a problem with that. It's staying over there, I'm staying over here. I can let you be and maybe you'll leave of your own choice. The quicker you run at me, the quicker your death is coming. Because I will stamp on that. I am not... My space is mine, and if you're heading for me, I can assure you now, I win. I am practiced in the art of winning at it. So yes, I don't wish them harm. So as long as they stay away, that's fine. It's the coming near me that's the problem. And it sounds so petty, but I don't like creepy crawly things. So, just before stream, we do, but nothing like over there. Roaches are not common over here. There are some, but they're not common. Thank fuck for that. Right, I was debating putting a leather thing down over the bottom. But I can't decide whether I want to or not. Yeah. See, well, it's not a bad thing to do, frankly, is pouring bleach down your drains, but I know that they don't recommend it, but it's good for your sanity, frankly. If nothing else, really scrub your toilets with bleach and flush. Ooh, blimey. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome new people. We talk a lot of rubbish here, as a whole, so do not be too alarmed because you probably arrived to hear me say the phrase, well, scrub your toilet with bleach and flush. we were talking about insects, if to set the scene. So, hello, welcome to the madness that is my stream. If you do have any questions, please feel free to ask. It's the only problem with raids is you can hardly kind of, it's hard to time it just right, So yes, welcome indeed. As I say, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer any and all questions. Yeah, you see, that's one of the other things that you can't stop. And also, if you change to somebody else, if they don't have pre-rolls, you'll get an ad break when you come in, usually, because even though you'd have thought Twitch had been getting its fair share, well, now it's like the tax man. But this is new. Yeah, but they've just watched an ad over it. Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. No. Have more ads. So yeah, you're all right for 15 minutes by the looks of it, give or take a bit, for ads. Actually, more like 12, but there you go. Something like that. 13, actually, it says, according to the screen. So, but yes, hitting ad breaks is always a good one. It's a bit like my dad when he used to take photos. My dad had an amazing habit of going to take. We went on safari to Africa when I was a kid, and he had the most perfect ability. Is the baby imminently due? Personally, I'd work on the thing with the smallest times amount on it, because, well... But I also know the not necessarily in the mood issues. Yeah, my dad used to have an amazing ability of taking photos of animals just so they stop for a pee. Yeah. I mean, it is to be said that baby will not really remember said blanket until it's older, so, then I'd probably do that. If it's any consolation, at the age of 53, I still have my baby blanket. That's fair enough. It sounds like they're trying to be nice. It's better than the, oh, I'll pay you £5 or whatever it is, 5 currency units, and you're kind of going, do you have any idea how much time this takes? The answer would appear to be no. Because let's truly be honest, unless it's running around and making a seam on 4 edges of a piece of cloth, it takes longer than that. No, and I think that is kind of part of the reason I enjoy streaming it, is because, to be honest, something like this, I mean, to the right people, it looks like a lot of work. To the wrong people, it looks machine made, right? Well, a very wise man once, it's kind of a fabled story, so it's probably not 100% true, but it is based on a truth of reality, which is that, a man was flown out to some oil rig thing, and 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm missing one. And he looked at the problem, he got a hammer and he whacked it, and the problem went away. And he charged them, 60,000 currency units to do it, sort of thing. And they were outraged because, well, you only spent like 5 minutes. And he went, yeah, but it's taken me 30 years to know the exact spot and when that exact spot and how hard to hit at that exact spot. You are paying for my experience. Yes, it did only take me a handful of seconds to whack it, but you're paying for the knowledge of when and where that whacking applies. And I mean, I keep telling you guys that, all the people who go, oh, they couldn't possibly do that. Well, unless there's something very limiting about your movements, and which, there are many people for which that applies. But unless you're very limited, if you are average Joe, there is no reason you can't do this. Everybody could do this who can pick something up and put something down and stab a pin in a hole. If you can do that, you can do this, right? Have you bothered? Maybe not. Have you tried? Almost certainly not if you're telling me you can't do it. Now, are you interested in doing it? You may not be. Well, in which case, I understand fully well why you've never tried. But the phrase is not that you can't do it. The phrase is, I wouldn't do that. And it is the, it is the Karen at the craft fair, right? Yeah, I could do that. Go on then. Off you go. Bye. Yes, you could. But don't be sneering at prices. I mean, we've worked out that if I keep doing these squares, it's going to be 18 months. If I change to strips, it's likely to be about 12 months to make a full net curtain. So yes, you can go down, some fabric store and buy a chunk of pre-made kind of semi-plastic lace net curtain. Maybe it's cotton or linen, who the hell knows, right? For probably 20 quid. You can buy really cheap ones off Amazon for even less. But if you were to sit and make it at 12 months, now I usually stream for 2 hours, sometimes longer. Well, at 2 hours a day, that's okay, that's only 14 hours a week. But I also hold down a full-time job, so, let's be honest. But I usually reckon that I probably do 20 hours a week. So, okay, maybe if I could do it full-time and someone was going to pay, I could do a lot quicker. Well, I don't know, because my brain gets a little bit kind of, worn out. Well, so then, let's say it's even 6 months. Are you going to pay 6 months of my salary for a net curtain? For a single window? And bear in mind, lots of main windows in rooms are doubles or trebles. Are you going to pay... Do you really want to pay 6 months per size of, average UK window? The answer is no, definitely not. Now, when you consider that it is not really, you have to argue it is a skilled job in that, there are things you must know to achieve it. You must, plan it ahead. You've got to do all of that. Then there's the prep time and the putting it together time and the. So, let's say it takes, let's go with it will take 7 months to make a single pane, and even if you make them all the same, you've still got to finish them. So if you're going to make one treble thing, that's going to be nearly 2 years of somebody's life. Minimum wage here in the UK is about 14, I think it's about 14,000, I think. Hang on, let me Google it. That's the simple answer. Hang on. Minimum wage is, what's that in yearly rate? It's no good. So a minimum wage for a 40-hour week equates to 25,000 and a bit pounds. But you've also got to remember, you don't get to keep all of that. Now, basic tax-free wage here is £12,100. Anything over £12,100, you have to pay tax on at 20%. So a fifth of nearly half of it, so arguably a tenth of your salary, goes straight to the government. So you lose automatically off the top of that £2,500. On top of that, you have to pay a thing called national insurance. Now, it's not a huge amount. I mean, you know, it'll be probably 50, 60 quid a month. It is capped, by the way. Well, sort of capped. But it is, you know, sort of capped. But again, 50, 60 quid a month, that's nearly another £1,000. So nearly a third, on average, is assumed to go because your company will have to provide you a pension and they inevitably want you to pay into that. And any benefits you get taxed on, right? So realistically, around about a third of your salary disappears. So you might earn 25 grand, but you'll be getting more like 16, 17 in your pocket. But even if you do the same and assume that minimum wage is, I can't believe it's 25 grand now. Jesus Christ, I am so underpaid. But, right, so you sit there going, fine, pay me 25 grand a year. Are you going to pay 50? Well, yeah, I know what you mean. But are you going to pay me, you know, £50,000 to make a approximately 1.5 metre by 1 metre piece of fabric? I bet the answer's no. Even if you kind of won the lottery, right? It's probably not up there on the list of things to do, right? And that's minimum wage. Let alone the fact that, well, you know, I'd like to think I'm worth a little bit more than that. Yes, but let's face it, most people don't have that kind of money. Most people don't have that sort of money. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thought there was one more to go. They don't have that kind of money. So, average Joe is not going to be buying a lectern. And I'm never exactly going to be doing someone's house. Dear Lord, can you imagine? I mean, if you think of a 3-bedroom house, so that's 6 years for the 3 bedrooms. We'll work on 2 years for a treble window, which a lot of windows are trebles. So 6 years for the bedrooms. You don't generally do bathrooms because they've got frosted glassy shit on. You've got to do, say, a sitting room and either a study or a dining room. God help you if you want patio doors. You know, it's a lot of money and a lot of work. And to be honest, I'd probably hate it by the end of it. And then there'd have to be some kind of clause for insurance of, should I pass away before finishing? Because, you know, it's going to take so many years that, you know, all manner of rubbish can happen in that time, you know. You know, it's not something, you know, if you can do it in a couple of weeks, it's not something you really worry about. But when you're talking that, you know, to kit out someone's house could take 10, 12 years, and I'm 53, there's a possibility, you know. yes. I think it is one of those awkward things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People forget that handcrafts. Of course, there are the ads. I know Mick Ket's me can hear me. But it is polite to wait, you know. See, my thing hasn't popped up again. Why is my thing not popping up? I wonder why that is. Because so I hear that. What I don't see is necessarily this. Sounds good to me. Wonder why that doesn't show. Maybe that. Worry about that next one. Anyway, should be back soon, I think. Hopefully you're all back from ads, so long. Of course they're a bit long. This one's looking really moth-eaten. do I feel that would place that up there? There's the... That's the whole point of this pillow after all. So let's make a bit more space. My end. Now it feels too far away, but that's because I haven't moved any of the bobbins. Actually, it's quite a long way, isn't it? It's the only problem with these blocks. You can't really have half a block. What I suppose I can do is not move it up so far and have the block a little bit poking out my end. Yeah, that's a bit better. Let's go with that for the moment, see how that goes. No, you know what? Don't like it. No, 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 no. Not having it. I paid a lot of money for this cushion so that it would do this, and you know what? I think I've only successfully actually done that once and felt happy with it, and that's when it gets right down the bottom here. So I shall wait. Never mind, never mind. Yay! Yeah. I didn't really have any tea. Well, I did have tea, but I didn't really have anything of value, so... I envy your lasagna soup kind of idea. Sounds nice. I was having a thought about my strips. So, as we know, the strip is made as so, just like these, but with a slightly thinner thread. And I'm having some thoughts. God help me, I'm having some thoughts. Now, I did sort of try this, as you may recall, in that I made this. And this is a similar grid to this, but made using the Bucks Point style work, which is what I did for these two. And I put spiders and decorations in the middle. But these were too small, really, for my test. And sorry, I keep looking at this, which is something that loves to turn into a screwed up, twisted wreck, because that particular style of carton is just not good for it. But you see, if I do this instead of these, which you may notice is slightly different, but only a little, and no, zooming in is evil, right? So bear with me not zooming in for the moment. Let me put it on a darker background so you can see it a little better. I know it's not sitting flat. Hang on, let's see if I can press it a bit flatter by breathing on it and dampening it slightly. Right? It's amazing how that works. Let me push the pillow up a little bit so you can see a bit more of it. Hang on. There you go. Right. So, this is on the same grid as these, but done in a Bucks Point stroke, Chantilly stroke, many other stupid names for it. Tonda is another one. Exactly the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. And I wondered, and you can see where my brain's wandering, because if I do this, the joins can have the single thread edges. So I find myself pondering. Yeah, by the way, I don't know. That was something I had on my hands when I picked it up earlier, and I don't know quite what the white bit is. Stands out quite a bit. Don't know what it is. I'm not going to lick it, but give it a bit of a... I don't think so. Cotton, hemp, linen have all been around a real long time, and as far as we can tell, lace is technically a modern invention in that it came in around 1700 and something, right? There may have been decorative things, but not lace as in kind of this. Well, it is if you consider the dinosaurs. So, it is modern in that sense, in that it almost only came into kind of mainstream understanding as the Industrial Revolution took over and a machine made it. So almost as it became popular, it immediately got rolled out by machinery, right? And so there is a bit of me that looks at this and feels that I desperately need to try a piece that is, not, I mean, these were too small. The biggest problem with these was these were too small. But this was made on this grid. So, and made with the thinner thread. Now, I can see them quite carefully. I mean, if I hold it up, you can just about see it. Look, there you go. So I am tempted to give it a go because, well, there's frankly no reason not to try. And if I can do it with the single thread edge, it will mean I can use the Chantilly style of join, which is what inspired the joins that we like on this, on it, because it will be a single thread, and so adding the second will only confirm that which was there, exactly the way that it would normally be built. I'm also rather drawn to making a shawl, but that twisted pile of wreck, where is it? This twisted pile of wreck that looks remarkably like a tampon like that, is actually if I spread it out, it's actually a bookmark that doesn't want to stay. So it's got two spiders and 2 points and a kind of tassel. But as you can see, it mainly wants to be kind of looking like, you know, a discarded tampon. So I'm not quite... So given that that would be the thread that I would want to use, clearly that's not a plan. But I am very, 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 very tempted to make up a decent chunk of test strip. Only, you know, 3 inches. We're not talking making a whole one. But in the Bucks Point style with the single thread at the edge, to join them together. Because obviously, to an extent, if you look at this, I know it keeps wanting to roll up because it's annoying, and it doesn't seem to matter which way round you put it, it always wants to roll up whichever way you're not looking, right? It'd work. I mean, there's no reason why. I mean, it's fairly strong. I mean, I can give it a good tug. You have no idea how hard I'm pulling on it. I'm pulling on it pretty hard. It's stretchy sideways, which is the same as this, in that it stretches one way and not the other. But I just have this feeling that this, because I can actually use the correct method to join it, that this would be a good idea. Now, I'm pretty sure I made this on a much bigger grid than is my test strip. It says grabbing. Hang on. So, if I look at my test strip, I'm pretty sure... Actually, this could be made on this grid. Grab some pins. Let me put some pins in. So, I haven't pierced that one. Let me grab one I've pierced so I don't have to fight it. Right. I know I've got holes and stuff, but if I do a patch. So if I do that there. Oh look, it's midnight. My fan's gone off. So if I put that in there. This may not make a lot of sense to you, but if I put the pins back in where the pins would have been when working it, I can tell if it fits or how well it fits. See, that's fitting quite nicely. So I'm guessing that I made that effectively on that size grid. I probably got the pricking around for it somewhere. So if you think of how open that looks though compared to a test strip made on the grid that we've just looked at, she says, prizing one apart. Now this is thicker, it looks more open. Now again, part of the advantages of this is that when you do this style lace, when I make the grids on here, I do cross twist, pin, cross twist. Under buck's point, you do cross, twisty, 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 pin. That's it. You never seal the pin in. And as a result of not sealing the pin, this is how you can have single thread at the edge, because only one pin moves. But secondly, you also make it more open, because, well, there's less going on in it in general. And we are after all, a net curtain to let the light in. So I do feel, even though I discarded the idea, there is a bit of my brain that's really kind of winding myself up to get on and, well, do this. So, yeah, don't know, but I really do kind of want to. Just quickly looking at something, hang on. Anyway, so I do feel a burning need. I think what we need to do is we need to finish auditioning motifs, and I see, you know, maybe decide whether or not I need to do another one. So for example, not that, hang on. Just knock something off. I am so good at knocking stuff off my table, which is why I had to tidy up. But the truth of the matter is that I still chuck stuff off the edge of my tables. Right. So one of the things that I think, let me have a look at what we've done so far. So we did, I kind of want to do another one of those. So if I need to do one of those in the middle, let's pick down here because I've got a feeling it's going to be, I need it to have that in the middle, so I need one of those there, and then that makes one of those there, and one of those there, one of those there. Maybe not, but we'll try it. One of those there. One of those there. One of those there. And that. And there. Now I need to make sure I remember that that's the middle one. Actually, that's not the middle one. I fucked it up already. Now, if I remember rightly, there is a magic trick. No. That was why I picked it. Oh, damn it. How did I manage that? I started in the middle and managed to screw it up. How did I do that? That's the middle, so that would work. So how I started on the wrong one. I must have done. Yep. So it can be. Most crafts can be. So problem is I don't have the ability to rub out the lines I don't need, which is a bit of a shame. If that's not there, see, that's not central. That's why that was the wrong place. This is not going very well, as you may have noticed. I need one with a central spot, which is not that one. So it's got to be not that one. None of these seem to have a central spot, which doesn't work because I know it's every alternate one that has a central spot. So how in the name of sanity am I not doing this right? 3, 4. So let me down there. This should be the central line. Therefore, none of them. This is why there was the funny grid. This is why it didn't fit. So, what I need is somewhere around about, no, not there, have to be this one. I need this, and then inside here I need to do the funny things. Shouldn't have done it in Sharpie, should I? Oh well. Always print out another one. Especially as I'm fairly convinced I don't like any of those. The only one that is really likely to come out alright is the tally one, and I don't like tallies, so I don't like doing tallies. So I might actually forego this particular strip and make up a new one. Make up a new optional. So, let me think about this. Right, so if I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that does work out. So you have one there between each. Put this all the way around the edge. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. I can still count. This is good. In case you think I'm going mad, I'm actually not. I'm actually on a winner, I think. So, then I need to do... Well, we are. This is very true. So, I now need to skip you and do you. Like that. And then skip one and do you. And then skip one and do you. Right, so, and then I have to do the other direction. So one, miss one. So, you, you, and then you. Right. Now, I know you can't see them, but if I turn it over, you will see, she says, having not got her glasses on, you might be able to see that I've made a grid pattern. This will give us these ones. This, but slightly bigger. Because I do like the honeycomb. I do quite like that, and I want to see a slightly bigger one. Another wretched moth coming in for the glory. So yeah, yeah, that would fit. I'm not sure I've done with the first one of these right now. It seems to have gone walkabout, which is a bit interesting, considering I tidied and now I haven't got it yet. It's not. Oh, it might be over there actually. Oh, I didn't touch those. Didn't touch those. So, yeah, it's a bit confused. But I am very tempted to try a Bucks Point test strip. Just because I really think that because we could make the ends work correctly, it would definitely be a valuable test to do. Because it worked for this. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, I know this is curling up, but that's fine, you can always press it. So yeah, my brain's been kind of, this is what my brain's been doing all day. It's kind of gone, hey, I had a thought, and off it goes into oblivion, right? It's another wretched moth. It's hanging out by my computer. I can hear it. It's another one of those. There must be a fleet of them that live round here. Let's see if I can get it. It's going to move, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to move. Oh no, this is a slightly different moth. For some reason it really wants to get in a bag of things that I've got. I don't really know why it wants to get in my bag of things. Keeps flying into the side of it. It's kind of interesting to watch. It's an empty bag of things. It's not even a bag of things. Anyway, let's get on with this because we haven't exactly done very much, have we? Not doing very well, am I? Got sidetracked as always. Something I do very often. Here comes the moth. Missed. Come on, let me grab you. Yes, I know it's hot. Well, don't land on it then. Missed. And again. Missed it again. Bollocks. Screwed that up. Had the right idea, got it wrong. Come on. Got him. Right. What are they saying? Don't tell me they reckon it's not a volcano. Because that would be pretty funny. I mean, it's not really season-changing time, that's for sure. Well, exactly. I mean, if we were late September, yeah, I'd agree. It's time to move. Maybe even towards the end of... Yeah, I was going to say maybe the end of August, depending on exactly how the weather is going, right? But not in the middle of wretched July. No season changes anywhere near the middle of friggin' July. I was just looking. Now, there is a bit claiming that it was an influencer hoax. But the problem these days is that with AI being able to do as good as it does, telling hoaxes from real things is really, really difficult. And of course, you can go on and say something's not true, even when it is. Well, no, but for example, it may have been last year's, okay? So this is what I'm saying, is that it may not be entirely true, but at the same time, proving or disproving, I mean, I can turn around and say that Donald Trump is an orange. How do you prove I'm wrong? It's not always easy to prove something is or isn't happening, because animals are free will living creatures. They will and can do anything they really, really like. It is very difficult to go along. I mean, according to this thing, it says there's like 300 types of birds. Well, birds can fly. Well, so I'm watching the video. Okay, so there are lots of... Right, so trying to sit impartial and trying to weigh up the options, right? There are a lot of bears in the video on the move. Doesn't show where in the park they are, and I don't know it personally enough to say with confidence they are heading out or in or just around, right? But there are clearly lots of bears going for a walk in the video. Not usually, no. There is another video showing mountain lions moving. So now it could be that the water in one pond or one stream or whatever is not pleasant at the moment, and they're relocating to what area that is less. Now, for the river stroke, pond stroke, whatever to be less good, it would suggest more sulfur, which supports the theory of more activity, right? So, I mean, this particular thing of green matters, which is where I am, you know, is saying, published on the 15th of July, saying, do they know something we don't? You know, there seem to be things leaving. At the same time, there's plenty of stuff claiming that, you know, it was an influencer hoax, blah-de-blah-de-blah. It's AI generating the rest of it. And you're right. Those many bears in one area is not normal. And they didn't look particularly AI to me either. I'm getting sick of having to agree to cookies, but at the same time, if, as we discussed the other day, so let's say the animals are leaving Yellowstone in good numbers because they are sensing something is wrong. We don't really want to frighten the public that, you know, a world-changing event may be occurring. Otherwise, the rioting and the looting starts. So it's in their best interest to say that there is not a problem, even if there is. The fact that there are multiple videos showing different animals. Now, as I say, they could be last year's videos of migration season. But as you say, bears don't normally collect like that. You know, it's not Yogi. They're not all friendly. They don't sit down for honey and cake, you know. It does, you know, and we were looking at the earthquake monitor, and, you know, there clearly is generally high activity. Alaska's gone off after all. So let's be honest here. There is something going on in the world. There's always something going on in the world. And animals have far better senses for these things than we do. So it's in their interest to dismiss it. It's not in our interest to dismiss it. And it could just be them trying to play it low because they don't want the mass panic. I mean, personally, I'd kind of, I'd be uneasy, you know. I'd definitely be uneasy. So the ads coming bit works. Why does the ads happening not work? So I want to try and keep an eye on what my ad thing is not working properly. There should be a thing showing that there are ads happening. And the coming bit works, but the actual ads happening bit isn't working. And I'm trying to work out slowly where it gets to in the list. So ads are about to happen. The moment it kicks in, problem is it doesn't always kick in quickly enough. Can take it a really long time to kick them in. It's really hard. There they go. So I get my ads running, but it didn't even set that to true. So it did the first line and then stopped. Why did it? I've got a feeling. You should have finished. She didn't even set the ads to true, which is kind of weird. Interestingly enough, it set it to false. So how has it set it to false? I'm going to do something that's a little bit odd, so bear with me one moment. I'm going to change this temporarily to 5 seconds. It's going to show in the hopefully in the top left hand corner that ads are running for 5 seconds, but I don't think it will. And it just doesn't. So it does that, but the moment it gets to here, I don't think it does it. Okay, let's try that. Okay, let me do this. Let me try this. Try again. Oh, and another moth. For goodness sake. Where did my cloth go? Come on, moth, next time you're back. I'm determined to work out why this isn't working, because it just doesn't seem to be working. I don't see why this isn't working. Because it's getting that far, but it's not. See, that shows it. So if it got that far, it would probably do it. But it's not getting that far. But it's saying, but it does say the words that I said, which is ad running. It's like it's giving up between the two. I don't know. I don't understand. I wonder. Red. Let's quickly see. Yeah, it doesn't have. It doesn't have an add over option. How weird. Okay, so I can't do something on off. it says ads running, but it doesn't do. Let's move that down to there. How far do you get? We still say ads running. Move you to the end. It says ads running, but it's not doing the bit in the middle. I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. There's a thing in here somewhere. I wonder if it's these two fighting. Where's the upstream thing? Bear with me. I wonder if I can cheat and add a macro of let's try and do this. So if I can do this. Okay, apparently that's not what I wanted. I'm trying to remake this macro in a different way, so bear with me one moment. I do apologise for doing this on stream. The only problem is, it's like a lot of these things, you can only test them afterwards. So, hide, show. So that should hide and show. And can we delay? I'm sure we can. Wait. Wait for 180 seconds, and then, oh, for goodness sake, seriously, just sit somewhere and I'll get you. No, I can't really get you there, hang on. No, I didn't get you, didn't think so. So, hide it, set the text, show it, wait, hide it. Okay. So. Now, where do I run my stick thing? OBS. Don't tell me. How did I set up stick? Our stick's probably done from a button. Hold on with me contemplating, having brain thoughts. This is harder than it sounds, by the way. Can I not just play a macro? Well, I can possibly do something. Because it's not like you can I know it sounds stupid, but it's not like you can search the sub options for things, which is really annoying. I can do a lot of things in OBS, but not the thing I want, unless I can. Hang on. What? Right, did that. Create an action thing, done that. Navigate things, select active scene, start recording, stop recording, set source visibility. That doesn't answer my question. To run an OBS macro from stream, you configure structure, integrate with the web server, and then create an action that uses the OBS subactions. Can we have that in English, please? That's not got the word macro in it, so you're not the answer. I don't think it can, which is also stupid. All I can do is arguably change a button and have the button on my... That's just ridiculous. Okay, this might work. Okay, that's more simple. I am not going to do that right now because otherwise I'll be here all frigging day. But it does look like I might be able to fix it, which is, I'm sure something else just took a dive then, by changing it so that it thinks it's calling a hotkey and the hotkey and will make OBS do what it should. I don't know. I give up sometimes. It just sometimes that they've allowed you to do so much and then limit you to do the kind of things that seem like an obvious answer. If you know what I mean. And it used to work. Again, something else that used to work that now doesn't, you know? But it doesn't error either. It's not like it says I can't do that. It just... In fact, when I moved the text to the very end, it said it had done it, in essence, by the fact that it was moved to the end. And it ran the command. But it hadn't done any of the things in the middle. And you're like, oh, why not? Why would you not do that? You know. Problem is it's one of those things is that you can't really test without being online either. You kind of have to be there and present, sort of thing, you know. Stop rolling. If you're gonna roll, fine. You know what we'll do? We'll put you in a stick, and it's about time we go. Stick, 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 stick. See that works? Again with the strips, we don't have to do so much bobbin manipulation like this, which makes it faster. But then we're not doing quite so much rose ground, so well, anyway, I'll try and do that another day, or while it's uploading later is the short answer, because we've definitely not got very far today. I have been too distracted. So yes, I do apologise to those who are watching if you came to watch late and all you've heard is me mutter and procrastinate. It does happen from time to time, after all. Yeah. But I do apologise all the same. You've reminded me though, I bought myself a soup maker, which in essence is a glorified kettle with a blender at the bottom. But soup is calling. I feel a need for some soup. Yeah, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. As long as I've got the things I think I've got, I feel soup is happening tomorrow. Definitely think soup is happening tomorrow. Definitely think that's going to happen now. It's been a while since I made me some soup, so. It'll be tomato and bacon and stuff, with a few noodles in it for good measure, for a bit of bulk and chomp. yes, I'm really hungry now. It's 1:20 in the morning, and I'm hungry now. so tired of shortening bobbins. It seems to be a never-ending thing. always good to have a lurker. Interesting. That hasn't worked either. The countdown timer for the ads didn't pop up. That's really interesting, because it was working before. Something to do with the delay. Yeah, whatever. That's funny, that worked. 2 seconds and you're already tangled. I hate bobbins sometimes. Run out of drink. That's never a good sign. So I'm briefly going to go to the kitchen and fill up my drink. What I will do is chuck you into ads, so you're not missing anything. But by chucking you into ads, we extend the time before the next set of ads. So with that in mind, don't feel like you're missing out, because, well, you're not. You're definitely not. Me shrink that. back again. Oh, I am back. However, I bought a snack. So, bear with me while I consume said snack. We're not doing too bad, you know. One thing I need to say to you, Rory, is I will not need help eating it. In case you wondered, I am eating a Nutella and raspberry jam wrap. Mainly because I didn't have a lot else. It was either that or cheese. And I thought I'd have some jam with my Nutella on the grounds that it adds a little bit of tartness, because it's quite a sour jam rather than, although it's got plenty of sugar in it, obviously it's a jam, but it's kind of a low sugar jam, so it's quite tart, which is nice. So it's a bit like eating a half melted kind of chocolate with raspberry cream filling, except it's not cream, it's a jam. So yes, I do apologise, but munching my way through it is a good thing. Fair enough. For once I don't have too much of it on my face either. Excellent. So, hope you have a good nap. Doesn't feel right. 1, 2, 4. Should be. Something's not right here. There you go. That's better. I really want to do strip. I really want to try things. I really do wish this hobby was a little bit quicker to do, so I could keep up with my ideas. Now I know there are faster people out there than me, but it's not a fast sport, unfortunately. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Thank you. Well, it is a bit of a random thought, because obviously it's nearly 2:30 in the morning my time, but if you want to come on stream and not necessarily speak if you're not happy with that, but come and ask questions and I can sit down and show you, I can help explain some of the stuff. And you know what? Oh God, no, not tonight. It's 2:00 in the morning. But you know, because I stream late on a Saturday night, if you want to, you know, if you have a bit of a go and you've got any questions, on a Saturday night, because well, they happen every week. Stop by and you know, if you drop me a Discord message to say that, you know, you've had a go and you've got questions, I can, and maybe kind of almost give me an idea of what you have, I can sit there with you. But it is one of those things, is that I didn't really have, I had a teacher sort of, but I also kind of didn't. She showed me how to do 3 stitches. She got me making a strip of each of the 3 stitches about 1 or 2 centimetres wide and about this long. And then she'd chop it off and make me start a new strip with a different thing. I did 3 strips and that was the only tuition I got. As for whether you can do it, of course you can. There are people who have a number of limitations. So obviously, while I say everybody, there is a caveat. If you are unable to pick something up and calmly put it somewhere else, and unable to pick up a pin and put it in a hole, then I would say you're going to be on an uphill struggle. If, however, you can pick something up, you can put it down, because those are the only 2 bobbin moves. Left over right and right over left. She says do them the other way around, but you know what I mean. And stabbing a pin on a dot on a piece of paper, or a cross if you've got squared paper. So if I quickly move this, there's squares underneath. Well, if you put pins in some squared paper where all of the crosses meet, kind of thing, right? It's no different to the dots, because that's kind of how they work. It's you could make this. Now, obviously, depending on your square paper, you need thread of a reasonable size. But also, hello Bianca, how are you? But you can I definitely believe that it is something basically next to everybody can do. And as a result, it's one of those things, like everything, until you've tried it, it looks way more complicated than it really is. You need to understand a couple of things, which is, such as I'm doing here, there are only 2 pairs of bobbins I can work at this exact time. One, ooh, birthday parties are good. So there's only 2 dots on this entire grid that I can work right now. One is this dot there. The other is the dot lurking very dark down here. And I've picked this one. It's the only one I can do right now. So while there are lots of other things and a whole pile of bobbins, and I can only work these 2 or the ones over here, right? So it does make it, yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning. Now, before I do these 2, technically there are now 3, because I can now do this dot or this dot, because that's fair enough. To be honest, kids definitely get the better deal. Not that I had a party of my own, but I never had birthday parties as a kid, so that sounds like a grand plan to me. For my birthday, I did as little as humanly possible. I got up when my body woke up. I watched a pile of TV. Yes. Well, as it is 2:30 my time, technically it's your birthday over here, so, happy birthday. Oh, blimey! We're all a load of July babies. Because mine was last week, wasn't it? Or was it the week before? I'd have to look at a calendar to find out when mine was. Hang on. Okay, as that's going to be awkward, let me look at it on my phone, as apparently showing me a calendar is beyond it. So, I think I had burgers on mine. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, blimey. Yeah. So my birthday was a week ago Tuesday. Yeah, mine was a week ago Tuesday. So we're all born within quite a few days of each other, really. Apparently so. To be honest, I think the massage after moving would have been possibly a good idea, because, well, you're going to get mighty stressed again moving. Stress tends to bring it out in most people. really move in here. It's going to sound a little bit weird. I didn't technically move in here. Because I still own my old house. So I didn't really do the move all my furniture and put everything in boxes. I kind of packed an overnight bag and occasionally went back and got a few more things every so often. And of course, dog help is never quite the same, as I well know. No, oh, he's being ever so cute. Hang on. Let's see if I can do this. Hang on. Look at the sleepy puppy. Sleepy puppy. Well, as a fellow dog owner, I'm sure you agree. You love your dogs most when they're asleep, for they're calm and quiet and peaceful and not asking to go in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out, or trying to climb up you while it's hot and you have no extra layers on, and so they're not digging their claws in and sleeping and being cute. I love my dogs very much, but I love them more when they're asleep. Amy's sleeping the other side of me, so I can't really show you that because it's too far to get the camera at. But yes, Rory's moved the bed right next to this table, so all I had to do was twist a little bit, and there he was. A bit of a stretch. Yeah. It is very hard when walking dogs sometimes to remember that it is their walk, not your walk. And as a result, it's hard not to kind of want to keep them in really good, specific, kind of well-trained order. Because, well, it's their chance to go out and have fun. I mean, these two are nuts, so I just... yeah. One thing I don't know about where you guys are, but one problem I'm having at the moment is that it's 2 o'clock in the morning. The sun's been down for like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. I know that feeling well. Oh, do I know that feeling? I was sitting here on stream the other day and it's like, Amy, would you mind taking your brother's head out of your drawers? Yes, thank you. She literally had put he's not a small dog, but she'd put his entire head in her face. And it's like, can you stop? But one thing I'm struggling with at the moment is that despite the sun going down, well, nearly 5 hours ago, it doesn't get colder. It used to. It used to be that, you know, in the evening, in the summer, it used to be cooler. And then overnight, the temperature would drop quite a bit. It doesn't seem to do that anymore. Yeah, legs are a very common chomping device. Let's put you around here and convert to working the other way around. Oh, that'll be nice. Yeah, it'll get kind of windy, but it does help. Because as you get the added benefit that the sea is usually cooler than on land, full stop. As a result, as the land cools down, it sucks in the breeze from the sea. And if Naughty Celt was here, he'd tell you. Yeah. Having a dog beach nearby is definitely an awesome thing. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, I screwed that up a second ago. Let me undo this a sec before I screwed it up. Hang on. Not a big screwed it up, but I did notice I screwed it up. There we go. I didn't twist it first, which is something I'm very prone to doing there. So. That looks slightly funky. These are made out of beech, I think it is. Hang on. Let me go get the... is it them or the other ones? I know roughly where I bought it from, but there's two very similar websites. So let me just check. I think it's this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Hang on. Actually, really? Is this it? Maybe it's the other one then. Hang on. No, that's the same one, idiot. They both start with the same. No, I was right the first time. Let's try this one. Bobbins. Yeah, it must be in this one. Bobbins. Yeah, it's this one. So, these are made of birch, and they are these ones. Hang on. Shrink that and paste that. So that's these. Well, technically that's the pale ones. The darker ones are just, well, darker ones. My favourite bobbins, which I am just about to dig out this bag for you. My favourite bobbins are these ones. So yeah, I like these. And just for clanking together options, hang on, these together. So these are made of wooden craft sticks off Amazon, painted with a Sharpie to make them black, colour of your choice, with metal, in my case, beads glued upon them with eye glued ball bearings on the top, and then coated them in matte varnish to seal the Sharpie because it rubs off a lot. If you paint them, you could put stripes, whatever you fancy. If you can paint, you could do pretty pictures. I cannot paint, I can't draw, so I didn't bother. But these were cheap, even cheaper than these, and I've got like a couple of hundred of these. So, well, I've got 100 of them at the moment, and the bits to make the other 100. But these will be the ones I'm going to be using for my strips, because I love them so much. Right, the Amazon ones are literally, if you hunt my thing down on YouTube, I did do a thing on how I made them. But if you bear with me 1 second, hang on, I don't really want to disturb Rory too much. Hang on. Right, so you buy wooden sticks. Hang on. You buy wooden sticks. Look. Pull some out of the packet. Buy wooden stick. Thanks, Grex. Then you colour them in with a Sharpie. Then you get that one's not relevant. I had ball bearings. Can't really see because they're shiny. Hang on. Ball bearings. Rolly ball bearings. They are literally just ball bearings. I got beady bead. A slightly plain longer bead that was, so that's just a metal tube, metal tubey thing. I got a slightly differently patterned bead, and did I not pick it up? Apparently I didn't pick up the one I thought I did. But I got the big bobbly ones on the bottom, and I glued them on, and now I have bobbins. So I mated them. So I made them because I can. Well, it's surprisingly cheap. Plus, you get to make them how you like them. And my bobbins, for me, remind me of my dad. In a kind of bizarre way, because my dad had a walking stick that looked a bit like that. He had a black walking stick with a silver topper and a kind of decorative silver thing down the bottom in the middle. So to me, they kind of remind me of my dad, which is a nice thing, right? And as obviously my dad has departed, it is kind of nice to have it. It's just, my dad was a carpenter, so my dad would very much have approved of me making my own bobbins. He would not have made me some, do not get me wrong. He made a pretty, it feels like, and I've spoken about this before, as a child, my dad did not spend a lot of time with me. There you go. And there's a couple of them, to be fair. But my dad didn't spend a lot of time with me as a kid because he was too busy making wooden things for people or fixing other people's wooden things. The problem for me is that it kind of felt at one point that once I left home, I felt like I was the only house that didn't have something he had. It felt like he'd done so much and so for so many people, and I was the only one he didn't do anything for. And so I don't actually have anything my dad made because he never made anything for me. And it's not that I didn't ask. You know, even frankly simple stuff, he wasn't interested in making it for me. So, you know, it's not like I've got things that I treasure and look at. Which is a bit sad, really, because he was really good at it. He made a 4-poster bed for a friend's daughter. He wouldn't even make me a warping board, which, in case you don't know what that is it's a picture frame with lumps of broom handles sticking out of it that, you know, an 8-year-old child could have done in, you know, wood shop. He wouldn't even do that for me, you know, but he made and turned the end spindles and engraved bits of it and all sorts for his mate's daughter. Wouldn't do nothing for me. So yeah, I as a result though, because I have nothing, it's nice that I have something that reminds me of him. Even though he didn't make it, it's the sort of thing I think he would have been proud of. So yeah. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Well, while he didn't make me anything, I had to occasionally help him make things for other people. So I do have good memories. It was just that they were always for somebody else. It was always doing something else. And the only time I ever got to be involved was when he needed an extra pair of hands. Clearly, apparently, my mother had told him to bugger off because she was never asked to do it. It was always me. So, even from a very early age. So, it's not, you know, and I will point out, as a Gen X kid, health and safety was not part of the deal, right? I don't remember getting any major injuries from it, so it turned out all right. But there was no safety specs. There was no, you know, it was all, for want of a better word, raw dogged, you know. Hold this, grab this, you know. But I did enjoy them because I got to do something with him. So even though, but it also meant I learned. One thing that I have never understood from a commercial point of view was how people repeatedly do something or involved in something and don't stop a level of absorbing what is going on. So even if, I mean, you know, you guys have seen me do this before. So even though you've maybe never actually done it yourself, what is with the moths today? Can you not? And certainly not in my face, if you don't mind. Where's my cloth gone? Where's my cloth? I will squish if it if it sits somewhere long enough. I don't like squishing them, but there's been a bit of a kind of constant trial of them today. It's getting a bit annoying. Anyway, but yeah, I've never understood how people at work, for example, can spend so much time talking about certain things and not associate words together. So even if you don't necessarily know exactly what one looks like, you know certain things about it because, well, you've talked about it for like 10 years. And yeah, I know so many people who just don't, and I don't understand how they do that. And so, yeah, as I helped my dad, I learned many things. And so there are lots of things that I can do and I'm very good at because I learned mainly by watching, but by the time I ever went to give it a try, I knew exactly what to do and what not to do because, you know, having occasionally watched my dad F it up and there'd be lots of swear words and a bit of blood, yeah, you get a good idea of what works and what shouldn't. And by the way, we had lathes and bandsaws and the like and no safety gear. So, you know, let's be honest, you know, and I've used all of them in my time. So, I mean, part of me would love a complete set of woodworking gear, but I can't justify the cost. Because although every so often my brain goes, oh, it'd be so easy if I could just have, you know, one of these and a bit of this for 20 minutes. I could, so for example, I was talking about this the other day. Part of me really wants a 3D printer. Not because I want a 3D printer, but because I want to make something and I don't have the wooden tools, the woodworking tools to make it out of wood. I want something to hold my bolster pillow. Now I've got one that holds my smaller bolster pillow, but I don't have one for my big one, and my big one's got a circumference. Well, the total circumference is about 95 centimetres, so it's got quite a large diameter. And the small one's too small because it's designed for a small diameter. And I wanted to make a bigger one. Now, I could do it with a 3D printer. That wouldn't be hard. Even I could probably work out the 3D model for that, even though I suck. But if I had some wood, it would be so much easier. But I could 3D print it. And there are lots of things that I could 3D print. I could 3D print bobbins and the like, right? So there have always been things that I thought, oh, if I had a 3D printer, I could make one of these, right? Or I could make an answer to that, or you know. And a 3D printer is pretty damn flexible, let's truly be honest. And I'm not going to say they're effort free, because that's definitely not a thing, because they mess up quite a bit. But, and therefore they have running costs, but then so does woodworking, so let's be honest. Well, it kind of is a bit of magic, but there is the bit of me that says, if I could, you know, if I had a 3D printer, I can make some 3D models in something and export it, and because I understand the principle just about, so I could make an end piece, and what you'd do is you'd have, at the end, you'd have, basically you could do it in any way, but you have two shapes that interlock. One that's, say, this shape, and one that goes round it, but you'd make it so it's like usually it's a V shape, so that you slot them in and then it can't pull out, or you can make them T-shaped. You can do all sorts of things, right? The T-shaped ones have a disadvantage in that the bit, once you've come around the top of the T and you've got the kind of part that comes in for the downstroke of your T, that's going to be your weakest point. So not always a good plan, but you know, from a 3D diagram point of view, fairly easy to do. But yeah, you know, you do something like that, so they'd interlock, so you could make both without losing your marbles, because you'd need a small mortgage to buy a 3D printer that would print it. So you can make it in 2 or 3 pieces that would interlock together. You know, it is. I know how. I almost can picture roughly how it would look. So, but I would need to buy a 3D printer. I'd need to find somewhere to put it. I'd need to set it up. I'd need to, you know, and there is a bit of you that kind of goes, yes, in theory, I would be able to set one print in and come back and see how it's doing. But I've got a sewing machine that, in theory, does embroidery. That you're supposed to do that, to be able to do that with. But mine, even though I followed the instructions on, on the website, in the manual, on their training video that says, pick this pre-made menu, so it's not, you can't argue it's got a fault in it or anything of the sort. Pick this pre-made menu option and, do this with it. Right, I've done that with it. Right, line this up, hit go, right. Now you can hit max speed and this. And the moment I hit anything other than snail's pace, it eats itself, and it eats itself even at really, really slow. Well, the problem is that means I then have to sit there so that I've almost committed to memory the stitch number it was on when it chewed it, so that I can unpick it a load and then go back enough so that the project can, that I can finish the little thing that I was printing. And you're going, this was supposed to be quicker. I can almost do it quicker than that by hand. So that was slightly frustrating. So with that in mind, and my ability for... Jesus Christ, moths. Seriously. It's another one of the big moths. 2, 3, This bobbin's running away. See, look how long this bobbin got, but the knot's still on it, but it managed to kind of run away. This is the problem with bobbins, they're annoying sometimes. But yeah, so part of me would love a 3D printer to print loads of useful things. But then if I had a decent amount of woodworking things, I'd want a big pile of wood because I'd want to make the same things but out of wood. And to be honest, they'd be better quality. But it's not that 3D printed stuff's crap. Do not get that illusion. That is not the case. However, as long as you do it right, wooden stuff is more likely to be stronger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh darling, you should see our local library. It's got like 2 shelves. We have a local library, which is quite unusual, it feels, round here. We do have a library, but it is the most godforsaken set bit of a hole with barely like 2 shelves on it. If I still lived where my dad lived, hell yes. That library would have had everything. It'd have had like a fleet of them. It would probably almost have one of those gel laser zappy ones, you know? That'd be cool. So yeah, yeah, the one we've got around here, I really don't think has anything of critical use. Hang on. It's not how you spell library, idiot. Right. Let's see. So, it's only open okay, this is confusing. Oh, okay, right. So, if there's a member of staff, it is only open Monday to Friday. Mondays and Tuesdays, it's from 1 till 5. Wednesday, 10 till 5. Thursday, Friday, 9 to 5. However, it is open additional times to that, but no one's there. So, if you've got any problems, like it breaks or it eats your life while you're on your own. But it is open till 8 PM for those days. Let's see. Oh, there's a virtual view. Hang on. Explore the virtual tour. Yeah, fine. Stop asking about the No, can we not go in? Oh, you can go in. Okay. Thank God for that. I thought that was me. Okay, so... Right, so there's a microfiche, possibly. Very much a children's section. They've got those nasty bookshelves that literally, I don't know if you can see this, but they've got like one book and that's it. It's not exactly set out. Oh, hang on, there is some computers. Hang on. There are 4 computers, or computer terminals, but there's no printer. No printer. And less books than the average bookshop. And I'm talking small bookshop at that. Yeah, this is tiny. I never expected it to be this small, I must admit. Yeah, there's not even a printer. I mean, seriously. It's not even a printer. How can there not even be a printer or a photocopier or something? I mean... So, needless to say, there might be one a bit further afield without having to go on a, trip around the UK to find one. But not very... You've got to remember, I'm in the country. And, the actual village where I live probably doesn't hold more than 400 people. So that's the nearest library I can think of. I think technically we have a library in our shop, but that is like 3 half-used paperbacks on a shelf, right? Although, so we're not talking. It holds like 2 loaves of bread and a pint of milk. It's a tiny place. It truly is. But as it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I feel the requirement of uploading this. I'm kind of in the mood to keep going, but I've also really can't afford to flip round the clock on a Saturday night. And what I mean by that is go to bed during the daytime, because I've only got tomorrow to be back awake and ready for work on Monday. And I tried that a little while ago when Monsters and Memories did a playtest over the weekend, and I was awake for all bar about 4 or 5 hours of it. And I was dead as hell on Monday. No use to anyone. Thankfully, my co-worker knows to cover me on such occasions, but they've only just come back from holiday and they flew into the country, I think it was this morning, so they're probably not going to be in a good state on Monday, and as I did their job for the last 2 weeks, I've been covering their stuff, so we need to catch up and sort a few things out between us. But it is kind of less desirable, shall we call it, that I am dead Monday, because I've also got to do a big ass pile of timesheets. But on the good news, my old employer finally coughed up the other half of my bonus. So I have ordered me some more buttons, because this is not enough buttons, and I can do more things when I've got more buttons. And so, yeah, I'm feeling kind of pleased with myself. Hence, I was tidying my table, because there's going to be more buttons on it tomorrow. But I'm going to join the strips together. I've definitely decided I'm going to have a go at making some test strips, proper test strips, for joining them in a Bucks Point stroke Chantilly stroke Tonda stroke everybody else's, whatever they call that, variant of lace, because it's all the same shit. So I'm definitely going to have a go at that at some point. Definitely going to do that, because, well, if I like it enough and it works, and I'll feel really pleased with myself. So, because I do kind of want to make me a shawl. I hate shawls, by the way. I've never worn one. It's never appealed. I don't even like ponchos. I don't like flappy things. I think that's the best explanation, is my autistic level does not like flappy things. My clothing has to be tight. If I wear a watch, it's kind of got to cut the blood off to my hand. I don't do flappy. So a shawl is kind of the epitome of flappy. But I also kind of feel the burning need to have one. So at least if I made it, maybe I'll like it, you know? Anyway, I am really tempted to keep going, but it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, so I apologise to you who are here and wishing that I would keep going. Yeah, I probably should. But the problem is, and I've noticed this quite recently, is during the summer, because it's cooler. Well, there is that, and part of the problem is it's hot. And because it's hot, I don't sleep very well. Hence, bottle of water. And I squirt myself with a bottle of water to help keep me cool. So I don't tend to sleep, so... Well, this is the thing. I do kind of need to keep a, vague kind of routine in life. But it is so hot that I won't really sleep very well. So it feels kind of wasted effort and time, and I could be doing interesting things rather than moaning because the dog's decided to hug. Rory likes really snuggling up in bed, but I can tell you now, although he is still sleeping on his bed, the truth of the matter is I could probably cook food on Rory because he's a little black dog, but I've never known dogs that are this hot. He runs really hot. I could cook eggs easily on this dog. I could probably cook a burger on this dog. I mean, obviously he'd eat it, but if I tried cooking a burger, I mean, it wouldn't be like putting it on a barbecue grill or anything, but it would cook. It's like putting it on the hood of your car, right? He's hot. He is hot to the touch. I've eaten food at a cold that was recently cooked that is a lower temperature than that dog, and it can't be good for him. The only problem is he doesn't like the squirt bottle. He won't let you trim his claws, so you can't really cool him down. And looking at his claws from here, he desperately needs it. He's having a bit of a twitch. Little sleepy puppies. Yes, we're talking of you. It's a hard life. It's a hard life. He is kind of awake. He was actually asleep. But of course, like everything, the moment you try and do anything quiet, they wake up. Well, not for his sister. You know, he'll eat her given the chance, but he's very sweet, and I love him very much. Oh, roll on back. How dignified, my young man. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to see the full view, or I'll get banned on Twitch. His sister's doing the twitchy paw thing too. She's on the other end of my couch, which I'm sitting on. Silly face. Right, on that note, me and the furs are going to go to bed. See them move. You'd think that they'd be awake, wouldn't you? Anyway, it is bedtime. I will be back in about 11 and a bit hours time, hopefully. Maybe, I don't know, might be nearer 12. Depending on when I wake up and how things go. Hopefully we will finish Triangle tomorrow. Don't see why not. And yes, good night to all of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you to the lurky people. Lurking is perfectly acceptable. But I've made some decisions tonight. That's a good thing. We've made good progress tonight. So yeah, we did all right. We did all right. But thank you for being here, and I shall see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.